Audio monitoring. I know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See you later. I'm okay. Now it's good, I think. Sound. What now? Test. Okay. Ja, ja, ja. Dat goed zijn. Okay, Azure. And I hope they hear the game. Ja, ja. Test. Yep. Okay, sound.
I can see my chalk beat our time
Okay.
by a lot, and now we're last.
Jesus.
By quite a lot.
Yep. I'm happy you did it.
Yep. Now I'm the one who will have to look at that.
Yeah. I don't
This will be
belong
very.
there even.
This will be very good for my driver rating that will just tank after this.
Actually, we did not even have to drive it. The quali.
No, it would have been better not to.
Indeed.
Because the driver rating, we'll still get individual driver rating for this, and we'll get team rating as well.
Yeah.
By the way, so I probably wasn't expected to qualify last.
No. It's still split one though, but
Yeah. But this will be fine. Then I can enter lower lobbies in daily races and maybe get a win. Always look on the bright side.
What's your drive rating now, single player?
It's silver 1, I think.
Yeah, I'm always almost on silver one.
Yeah. And then safety rating is P1.
If we win rating here, I will be on silver one.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, Dominic and I, we finished fourth last yesterday, and we still gained rating because there's, I think it's a time 8 multiplier in these races.
Yeah, and I'm not expected to drive split one, so it could be, I'm not sure.
Fucking me neither, but a lot of these drivers, they will have B0 ratings because they have just insert the game to do these races.
Yeah. Jesus.
Now we're just waiting for the last guy to finish and we can go racing.
Yeah. Oh, Corvette is on P1.
Nice. It is a lovely car.
Yeah,
It
it
looks
is a
cool.
nice car. I like it as well, indeed.
Just surprised that it's
Teams and
P1.
drivers
Usually
go
not
to the
quick.
grid for a race start.
Well, they did some changes on the bob
Yeah.
that made it a bit faster, I think.
Spread all looks fine. Lining up with the grid.
Let's see.
So you're saying full send into turn 1 to try and make up positions?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm gonna pick up some inspiration on the liveries as well.
Yeah.
Because
I'll just quickly
will
do
take
the
the
math.
mark.
How much consumption we can have virtual. Okay, we need to go about 28 laps on a stint, and we have 92 levers. Now we'll take the virtual 100. Okay, we can have a consumption of about 3.5 virtual per lap. Ah, that pink Porsche also raced yesterday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I cannot see your consumption, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the virtual consumption, and you'll have average over last 5 laps in the top left. If you click on the VE, then it will give an additional information on virtual consumption.
Aha. Yeah, I'm gonna play around with this a bit indeed.
Yeah,
Nice. Yeah,
it's just try to learn it and stuff. Then we'll
Yep.
take it next time we go racing. Do it proper.
Yeah, that's interesting indeed.
Yeah. There will also be more information coming when they get the full release of these kinds of races on.
Yeah.
With live telemetry and stuff like that. But this is what we got at the minute. Driver changes work just like ACC, where you go into the MFD and then just select the driver that you want in the car.
Okay.
Formation lab have started.
Formation lab has started.
Did we go green before the final corner? Of course we do. And this is the last time we'll see the rest of the pack this race.
They will catch up again. Goodbye, my lovers. So long. We are on a different
Overtake!
spot.
Overtake!
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, this was a very important chicane. I needed to learn a bit.
Yeah. More overtakes!
Nice, nice, nice.
It's a success.
Yeah, yeah. This is also a streamer, the green car on the left. Done by Dan or something, or yeah. Snapped by Dan, I think.
All the time you have to leave the space.
Oh, nice.
Another one.
Wants to dive it back.
He can have it.
There's
Another one on the far inside.
Oh, too bad for the other car.
Well, I will just focus on fuel saving at this point because I can see we used a lot on that lap.
Okay.
Wonder how many left before we are last again.
Yeah. But to be fair, if we only drive safe, we will be lost.
That's the strategy. Hopefully someone will retire.
Yeah, there will be crashes as well. Hopefully it's
Yeah.
not us.
It will not be us.
Yeah, you never know what happens with the hypercar now, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it will be a few left before we see them the first time.
Yeah.
After 5 laps, then we need to look at how much consumption I have over 5 laps average.
Ah.
Because I think that fuel saving strategy might not be that possible. I can see I've already used 8% and I should only have used 7 at this point.
We might as well just push the whole thing and do an extra pit stop.
Let's see. Let's wait and see how it is. That's 9% on that. That's 2% too much. Might as well just push and take the extra pit stop. Do the splash and dash at the end.
Yeah. But yeah, you choose, man. You will see.
Well, I can see the other drivers. They have roughly same consumption, so they are likely doing the same. 92 is not enough at this point to get that strategy working.
Yep.
Here we go. Free position, and he goes defensive.
Nice one.
It's not going to work. How the hell did we get?
You are hooked in, so...
We have front damage now for some reason. Not something that we can repair, but it shows me on the MFD that I touched someone there.
Yeah. Weird.
Haha.
Yeah, that car in front, his YouTube streamer name is Snap by Dan. I saw the picture appearing today on YouTube with his car.
Yeah.
Oh shit,
Nice.
Merc. You are
Yeah, I'm
definitely not the only Merc.
No, a lot of mercs.
Yep.
Also, Matt York in the Mustang further up the field is also streaming.
Aha. Oh.
See you.
Bye. We won't see that one for a while.
Nope. Although it did look like he had a lot of pace. Two
Yeah.
people already in the pit. Whoa. Almost lost it.
I also hate controlling the pit thing during the drive. So.
Yeah. But at least we have some good long straights on this track to do it. I even brake early there.
Yeah. You never drove the GT3.
Not that much. I did like a race with René when I went down to visit him on Interlagos.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
That's basically it.
And you are here in split 1 and you're not doing bad, so it's very good. You are
Could be.
fucking fast.
It could have been way better.
If you would
Imagine if just a few days of practice and would have been up there. I think.
Yes. Exactly.
Maybe not at the top pace, but definitely in the top 10. I think.
Yeah.
That track cut.
Exactly.
No, it wasn't.
That's how far I am off, man.
It comes with time.
Maybe. I have skill issues for sure. So,
Nah.
on a lot of things I definitely know this is completely wrong, but I don't have the skill to fix it.
I have the same issues, even in Hyper. I can see what other people are doing. I know what I'm doing wrong, but I just can't get it to work the way that it have to.
Oh. Yeah, but beautiful drive from above as well.
Yeah. He got that braking just right.
Yeah.
Come on. that car stopped on the apex. Ah, now we have the hypercars.
The active pedal is very nice with the GT3s in this game. With the ABS.
I could imagine. This is my first experience being overtaken by hypercars.
My last one was on Bari Outer Loop. On that little hill, I shit my pants, man.
There will be moments like that as well here, I guarantee.
Sometimes they just take the apex and then, oh shit. Yeah, the S's will be down.
Whoa. Overtaking trap?
Jesus fuck, man. Oh, man.
Whoa.
Now you see how it is in that GT3.
It's perfect.
Yeah. You might think a bit before you overtake a GT3 next time.
Nope.
Nice.
We are here to go motor racing. Not to be stuck behind that freaking McLaren. Even though he's definitely quicker than me.
Quick on the straights. Yeah. Oh yeah. Switch through. Oh no, hypercar coming.
Doesn't work. Oh, he parked that perfectly.
Yeah. The inside.
Bye bye, McLaren friend. Oh, we're definitely better than him in this part of the track. God damn it, Mercedes friend. We had to work as a team, god damn it. Already more action in this race than in the hypercar race yesterday. On the outside. It's not that often you get to overtake people on the outside.
Yeah, that was very, very nice.
That guy's an idiot.
Whoa, dude. Good save, at least.
That was so good for the tires.
Yeah.
What an idiot. No, it doesn't feel too bad. A little bit. And now we can repair damage in the pit, so I think we should do probably when we get there. But no point in stopping early. Sorry, yes, thank you. Oh yeah, if you want to see the in-game chat, then you have to go back to the garage.
Okay.
Not that people should be... Yes.
Okay.
If he's really sorry, then he would stop his car and let us overtake, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
It is what it is, we'll catch up again, I think. Exactly. Although I don't think that he knows that you're driving this car.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's stupid that you can see the chat during replay.
Yeah.
With all the fancy stuff they have.
Yeah. Gain back some time now. Hopefully the damage doesn't slow us down too much.
Do you always repair if you have a yellow front and rear?
No, but it's a 6-hour race and we are early on. If we had 2 hours to go there, I don't think I would prepare this.
Okay, yeah.
But because we are so early in the race, that might be worth it.
Yeah,
also to
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you could already take a splash and crash for that, maybe.
I don't know if it's too early.
Yeah. It's hard to calculate, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe in about 8 minutes, I should think it should be about time we can do that. Get that out of the way. could try and do the calculations. I think we can go 25 laps flat out on a full tank.
Yeah, I will do so in a minute. I'll be right back. Taking a pee.
Yeah. Hey, Fib.
back watching in silence.
And we just had some interesting hypercar overtakes, not on me, but on the McLaren. I think he contacted one of them.
Is that the one we had an accident with?
Yeah, we have gained about a second per lap. Oh, too late. Halfway between those two markers. Ah, he's giving us the position. Thank you.
Yeah. When you let that hypercar go on the inside, is that where you move to get them go there?
Nope.
Okay.
I want them on the outside. The inside line is quicker for us.
Okay.
I just didn't think he was close enough to go for it.
That's a weird one for me.
Yeah. So hard to get enough rotation on the car.
Definitely also a working point for me.
Oh yeah, that's
Taking
it.
and more rotation.
I just never seem to get the car far enough to the right before I turn in, and then I always turn in too early for that one. I think with this one I somehow decide to turn in before I'm finished braking every single time. Maybe it's definitely dropping already. There's still 1.5 stints to go.
Maybe you need to change your brake bias.
Could be. Get it further rearward to save the front.
Does it change for me as well if you do that?
Yeah. But it's quite easy to remember. It starts on 50-50 on this setup.
Aha, nice. The less you go, the more to the rear. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know if it helps.
It will be doubtful. The car looks kind of cool.
Yep. can you switch my role on the team so I can upload some liveries?
I think you already can. You should have full access.
Ah, nice.
I think that I've given everyone full access on the team.
Oh, because I tried and it was saying I need to have manager role or something.
But you should already have it. I'll check after my stint.
Maybe better do it after the race.
Yeah, probably.
Not touching the team roles too much.
No worries, it's just in 5.5 hours if we remember it.
Yeah.
I think there's a trashed Mercedes somewhere up here. Definitely had a spin.
Yeah. Oh, that's the fast one.
Ah, perfect.
We meet him again.
And our friends in the McLaren have already taken a pit stop.
I'm already gonna say sorry for the loss when I'm driving.
Don't sweat it. We are here to learn and have a little bit of fun.
Yeah. Especially in preparation for the league. This is very interesting for me.
Yes. Well, this is just drive time for that.
Yeah.
There's nothing strategy-wise in this that you can use for the league.
Nope. Driving with hypercars.
Oh yes, that part of it.
And with fast
But I think-
cars. So,
And these guys are definitely better than most of the people in our league.
yeah. This is that one if they are faster than you. They are faster.
I would expect them to be at least.
Yeah, not all of them, of course.
There will be some that have joined the same way as us, that they're just randomly been put into split one.
For sure. Still, I will be the slowest of the pack.
That's no guarantee. That's such a shit place for the hypercars to overtake. It's much less time lost for them to do it after that corner.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
At least that's what I learned in the hypercars. There are just none of these corners where you can see the apex when you turn in.
Yep. I know.
It's all about feel and looking in the tarmac and seeing if there's something that can be used for reference.
Yeah. Well, it's like this with all the GT3s at least. Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably with the hypercar also.
Yes. The hypercars, it's really bad because you're coming with so much speed.
Yeah.
And in the hypercars, it's also so important that you are fully on the brakes when you're on the brakes. There's no bullshitting with just going 75%. Because you need to charge the battery, and if you don't do that, then you can't save enough fuel. So even when you're fuel saving, then you still have to be maximum on the brakes of what the car can do without locking up.
Oh shit. Okay. That's
when the GT3 in the GT3s you can be a little bit more. You can still use your normal braking references. You just have to brake a little bit less.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a little bit of a time loss, but it is possible to do that way.
Yeah. That's also why I drive the GT3. I can focus on the driving.
Yeah.
And learn stuff. Make mistakes.
Yeah. But there will be races in endurance-wise where fuel saving will be critical.
Yeah.
Same thing, if we didn't have the mandatory pit stops in the SLMS Championship, then there would also be tracks where fuel saving would be the strategy. Like in Interlagos, for example, that we're racing this year. You can easily go an hour there in both the hypercars and the LMGT3s without stopping. Not easily, but you can do it with fuel saving.
Ah, okay, yeah. Ah, yeah, didn't think of that already. Yeah, indeed. Most tracks will be impossible an hour. Without...
Yes.
Okay.
But in Interlagos, that's one of the tracks where it's definitely doable. Same thing for COTA, you can do it. In the hypercars, at least in the GT3s, I think it will be a little bit more rough, but hypercars is definitely possible.
It's a good thing to have a track design, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. Mercedes friend takes an unscheduled pit stop early. They also dropped off a lot of pace.
Repairing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might not be the only time we have this damage.
No. Considering how fucked the tires are, I think the lap times are okay.
Exactly, I was looking at it already, but it's because you're learning stuff already also.
Yeah. Getting more used to the car.
I was thinking like, shit, my lap times will drop probably.
Doesn't matter. Then you get the experience of driving on shit tires.
Yeah. improving in the GP.
Yes.
Shit, I forgot I need to calculate something. Right?
It's too late. Now we're just going to the regular pit stop. Might just save to extend just by 1 lap, because I can think we actually could probably still do the 1 hour strategy if we extend the next 2 stints. I only need to save 0.3 virtual or something like that to make it happen.
This fuel stuff is new to me. The fuel saving.
I haven't been doing any fuel saving this time around. I can do 3 laps. I could probably stretch it to 4. And 4 laps, that would be 6 minutes 30. So if I could do that, then we should still be golden on the strat. So I'll try and just save a little bit of fuel the next couple of laps.
Can I see how much fuel you are using, or do I need to calculate that?
You can see average virtual energy consumption over the last 5 laps. You can see what I spent last time and total average if you click on the VE tab.
Yeah, average 3.9.
Yeah, and then if you have the HUD on, then you can see in the bottom right hand, then you can see my virtual energy, how much I've left in the tank as well.
Yeah. And I can see how much laps you can do based on that, but that's already shown, 3.2 laps.
Yeah, but I need to get it to 3 when I cross the line, so I will save a little bit of it.
Yeah. That's right, yeah.
If I can save that much at this point. It is going to be a little bit of a stretch. Oh, well, I need to save 3 on the line, but let's see.
That's what
also
I'm
the car
looking at as well. Just the laps. I need to hit that laps and that lap. Does that little MFD thing shows you then how much you should have average or something?
Yeah, you can get into the MFD and have it to say. Then you can also do the target +1 if you know that you're going to extend your stint. Then it will tell you how much you need to fuel save, at least in the hypercar. I don't know how it works in this, I'll try and figure it out.
Okay.
I'm getting that fuel-wise. As you can still go target 0.0, it tells me that I... Usage 5 point something. I need to have a little bit of a closer look into that because I'm used to the hypercar stuff.
Okay. Yeah, never mind.
Where the hell are the lip lights in this car? Might not have.
So you're double stinting now, right?
Yes. I will see when I come to the pit entry if I can stretch it one more lap. This is going to be a little bit tight. We might have to do the splash and dash by the end, because if the tires they wear out this much on one stint, then I don't think a full double stint will be that possible.
Yep.
So when you drive on your second stint on the same set of tires, then you box when the tires go completely off, which they should do at about 20% left, maybe 15.
Okay, you think they are going that low? Shit.
Yes, because I have 53 left on the right front, and I haven't even started the second half of these tires live. So definitely. Yesterday Timo got them down to about 12.
Freaking hell.
And when you go that far down, then it's like driving on ice, literally. The car will just continue to spin with the hypercars.
Yeah.
I did a league race with Amigos where wet tires that went down to 2%.
Shit. Fuck.
But that's because the track dried up and I thought that I could stay out. Okay, I'm boxing. Could probably have stretched it. 0.9 at the minute, so I've gained about 0.3 in this lap.
Good call to box.
Yeah. Well, also when you double stint, you can change one of the front tires in your pit, but not both of them. Ah, it's only 31 seconds with the damage repair, and then total time 74. A long pit stop.
Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna be last probably.
Yeah, let's see, because that McLaren team, if they have changed tires, then they'll definitely be ahead of us. But if not, then we could be close. They will be ahead of us, but it will not be by a lot. Oh, well, maybe like 10-20 seconds.
Yeah.
Will be hard to catch up though, as we still have the shit tires.
Yeah. We will see what happens at the end.
Although we start moving soon, we might be very close on exit. We might actually get them. Just. We're getting them. We're getting them.
The goal is not last.
Exactly. And some team will crash out at some point in this race.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of cars crashing yesterday when the GT3 cars came out of the pits. A lot of contacts in turn one there.
It's a very dangerous one, yeah.
Yeah, both GT3 cars spinning on their own, but also contacting hypercars turning in and contacting other GT3 cars. There's like a trick to the pit exit where you go as you stay left, and then just before the commitment line ends, then you go as far right as possible and keep it going right, so you open up the corner as much as possible. And then you can get better speed through, but it's a little bit more dangerous when there's traffic around.
You right back?
Yep. been so weird driving the car on full tank and then trash tires. It doesn't feel as horrendous as the hypercars, but it's still very bad.
Yeah, big contrast.
Yeah. Oh, that's for position. Ah, not doing that. Oh, he's trying to let me do it.
Yeah, I understand the decision. Still.
Yeah, when both of us try to back out of it.
Yeah. Good idea. You left too much space.
Yeah, I saw him on the radar turning in, so I decided to give him a little bit of extra room, and then I hit the inside curve. But now it's a drag race. And then we have to give room for the Corvette as well.
Yep, and it's definitely not a slow Mercedes behind, I think.
Could be if they have changed driver. But again, he was on cold tires. If they change tires, that's the main thing we don't know.
Yep.
Unless if we start timing their pit stops. Give him around here, give him the inside, and then just fall in before the Mercedes comes. Perfect. Not the most optimum, but get it done before the S's, I think is best for the Corvette.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't give a fuck about the hypercars when they come with blue flags, and I would just drive my lines, but when we're blue flagged by a car in the same class, then we might as well not do shit to ruin their race.
Yeah.
I think they would appreciate us just letting them go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so dumb from the hypercar. You get why he did it, but it wasn't the smartest. Then leave the Mercedes out wide. Block the apex. They are definitely on fresher tires than us. Not happy with that hypercar Ferrari either. Where Timon I found was the best place to overtake yesterday. On the outside, just like that Toyota did.
Okay, this will be a sweaty stint for the overtake.
Probably, he will overtake at some point. I think they took tires. You could see how much better they could hook the apex through the triple right-hander or quad right-hander, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So he will get past at some point. And I also think he's a quicker driver than me, so it will be all about defensive driving. I think the hypercars, they will be pissed when they try to overtake us. That's the worst when you overtake two GT3 cars that are going so close to each other. And see how much you can hook that inside. And now he's trying to use the hypercars to overtake us.
Yeah, again.
Front left is down to 46%. I keep missing that turn in. I think he's going for it now. Nope. If he's not going for it into the next corner, then I think he will be happy staying behind, because that will be his best chance. Keeping me narrow. He opted not to. I do like his driving because he's really safe with it. He's clearly quicker, but he's not forcing the overtake.
Yeah, he doesn't want to destroy his tires, I think.
Yeah. Doesn't want to destroy the tires, and again, I also think he knows that it's too risky just sending it. Now we have the chance. This is not a good place to overtake. Shit on the acceleration, now he got me.
Yep, there he goes.
GG. Not going to make it easy for him though.
Imagine that switcheroo.
I think if I didn't, when I hit the brake, I had a tire on the curb instead of on the red on the outside, where I lost the car a little bit. If I didn't do that, I think that I could have maybe have done that switcheroo.
Yep.
Oh, that was close contact. Ah, now he's just gone. He's not that good under braking, it just seems like that he has so much more grip.
He's also using 2% less fuel.
Yeah,
Even
much better
2%.
driver. I don't know why they are saving that much, because they should be plenty on target to go for the 5-stop strat. But we'll have 6. Ah, no switchback on the hypercar. The top 2 in this split, they're super quick. They have lapped us and they have at least like 20 seconds down to P3, if not 30. Yeah. If you just go to one of them, then you can see the gap in timing.
30, almost 40.
Yeah.
The relative is to P1 probably, right? Yeah. Or is P4 1 minute 40 behind P3? P3 is in the middle of nowhere, I think.
Yeah, he's behind us on track. Not that far behind. Oh, crap.
maybe 2 and 3 are about the same pace.
Yeah. There's a big gap between them.
Yep. $36. Now we see if it's in time. You are fast. Yeah.
Not fast enough. Now the engineer's telling me they think it's time to change tires. They can go to hell. Not yet.
Wow.
Would like to do at least 8 more laps for it to be viable.
Yep. The more the better, probably, right?
Yeah. Because we have to consider if I box now, then the last stint that you would do would basically have to be a double stint as well, where you would have to conserve tires. So if we can push it just 8 laps this time and 8 laps when you get the car, then it will be 1.5 rather than 2 full. That'd be better, I think.
Sliding sound is so bad in this game.
Yeah. But you're not in doubt if you're sliding.
Nope.
there's a trick in iRacing for saving the tires that you turn up the sound effect by a fuck ton on the tire skidding.
What the hell?
Because then you can hear when the tires are sliding.
Okay.
If you ever watched Max Verstappen's streams when he does iRacing with Team Redline, then you can hear that he have much more sound on the tire skids than the standard in that game. Just an example.
Yeah, in this game you just can't rely on it.
No. Have to know by feel. Oh no, next time it's Matt York that's going to lap me.
Yeah.
And then when I'm out of the car, then I'll have to go back into his stream and be like, this is when Matt York lapped me. I'm so proud.
I don't know that guy.
Oh, he have done some very good streams on ACC. He's the one who did the track guides. He had a very famous series of track guides there.
On YouTube
On LMU,
or
it's
on Twitch?
yeah, on YouTube. Actually, really good track guides. Alex K, he's doing the same on LMU with the track guides that are also very good. I think Matt York they were a little bit better, but as long as someone's doing it, then I'm fine. They are explaining in depth about the tracks with where to brake, what lines to take, gears, everything, setups and stuff like that. What you want to aim for.
I'm gonna have a look then.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I need a good one.
And the Hayes, they're good. They're good on LMU.
I was looking at the Massault ones, but it's in French that one. So not easy to follow. But he uses like icons on the track where to stop and all this stuff.
Alex K and Matt York, they do the same.
you have an idea how many laps you're gonna drive still?
As many as possible. It's hard to say.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going the full 12 laps that I have the fuel for, but I would expect 8 to 10 laps from this point.
Alright.
But it can change quickly if the tires drop off too much.
Yeah. Or if you hit a slide or something.
Yeah. But expect 8 to 10. Tire wear down to 29 on the front. Right front I swapped in the pit stops.
Okay, be right back.
Hey, fam. Did you see that York just got spun by the car that he was battling?
No.
I just saw it in the rear view mirror. There in the car right by us now spun Matt York around.
Damn. Yeah.
It looked like an honest mistake though, as they just tried to get early on the front and then York's car was just a pixel too close.
During your drive, I have had to go piss about 3 times.
Yeah,
So
I'm also I'm holding it quite heavily right now. I've had to piss since halfway through my first stint.
Oh damn. I will
Too much
take it
coffee.
easy on the water. Yeah, in the morning it is very dangerous on that.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. I just think the lyrics that's based on a black background, they are a little bit too boring. Same goes for the ones that based on a white. There are too many of them and they're too easy to make. I think it's more fun when the main color is different. If they would have had like the pink or the blue as the main color. Close between those two Estons.
Yeah. Yeah, and once I uploaded a livery like in my own team, I cannot like watch it anymore.
I think you should be able to. Oh, that Ferrari is getting a good traffic cycle. He gained like 3 seconds on the hypercar ahead of him. The 5th placed. Front left down to 20%. I can definitely feel it both on the braking and the grip, but it's not too bad yet. Whoa!
Whoa!
On my DDU, I have a red light lighting up now, telling me that I'm way off pace. Yes, I made some custom changes to that, so I get lights if I'm driving too slow.
Do you see that also when I'm driving?
No.
Okay, that's good.
I have a red light lighting up if I'm more than a second down on my best in the session, and then I have a green light lighting up if I'm improving by more than half a second, and a purple if I'm all-time fastest.
Is it race laps?
No, sim hop.
Oh, you do it with sim hop, okay.
Race laps is a little bit better because you can do a virtual energy on hypercars, and sim hop doesn't have that coded in yet.
I'm using tiny pedal, but I'm not using a lot of it. I'm like using the graph to see my braking movements.
I have a fully customized dashboard, plus I have LEDs almost all around me. I have LEDs around my screen, and then I have a flag displays next to my wheelbase.
Yeah, I have such a flag thing, but I don't use it.
I also think it's a little bit overkill that I have 2. It's nice enough when you do like NASCAR and stuff, because it also works as a spotter.
Okay.
And if you do rally, then you can set one of them up to show your gear and stuff like that. But
yep.
Usually one is enough. I do have them set up so when I, for instance, go into the pit lane, then one of them will light up, telling me that I'm in the pit lane, and with a PL, and the other one will light up when I activate the pit limiter.
Yeah. It was also showing my gears for me.
Yeah, mine will do that, but I've taken that off it because I have that on the screen.
Yep.
I also have the pit stuff on the screen now, but I just forgot to take that off.
The best add-on I have bought is a Stream Deck.
Yes, I've been looking at that for so fucking long, and I've just never gotten around to do it, because then my car breaks down, then my steering wheel breaks down, then something else breaks down, then I just never got around to buy it.
Got it. I have the one with the rotate.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, it's very useful.
I could imagine.
I set my TC cut on it and such also.
Oh, I have that on the wheel. But I would like the Stream Deck mostly just to get the ignition off of the steering wheel and get that away from accidental button pushing. Not that I've ever done that, but get that away, and then like replay button also doesn't need to be on the steering wheel, just to open up some more room on that.
Yeah.
So I could maybe get a TC cut button on the wheel. Although then I would have to move something else around, like the starter or something.
I don't even have it on my wheel. Not on my Stream Deck.
I have tons of stuff on the wheel. I have one of the what are they called? The Simagic Neo wheels.
Okay, yeah.
So there's a lot of buttons.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I also have an F1 replica wheel from 2018. Which is the reason why I use SimHop, because that was set up to run on SimHop software. but it's just so sharp in the handle, so it's not really nice to hold on, unfortunately.
I'm using VPG Elemental, I bought second hand.
How was that? Could you send a picture, maybe?
Yeah, we'll do so.
I like have a thing for steering wheels.
Yeah, that's cool, I want to buy others still.
Exactly, me too. I want them all.
Did you look at the constant? GT300?
Not sure.
That's what I have my eye on. It's not that expensive. 3 or 4 minutes.
Nice.
Has a little display on it.
Yeah.
But I want to buy such an active QR first as well.
Oh yes.
So I can easily switch in on the viewers.
Yeah, the quick release systems are very good.
I have a good quick release, but it's not a wireless quick release.
No. Mine is not a... Well, technically it is wireless quick release, but because I'm using a wheel that it wasn't made for the wheelbase, and it's there's still a wire that I have to put in.
Yeah.
But I can't remember who it is. It's one of the wheel manufacturers that have been around for a long. Semicube. They will make their wheels so they fit third-party wheels with Bluetooth connection.
Oh, with Bluetooth. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm using VRS and they have a wireless, but it's like not a wireless with Bluetooth. You still have a wire to mount on your base itself, but it's not a wire that will rotate around your wheel anymore. It has a connection between the QR system.
To be honest, I don't mind the wire that's rotating with the wheel because it doesn't get in the way for me.
No, definitely don't, but if switching wheels it's a bit more annoying.
Yeah, but it looks cool to have the wire down there.
Yeah.
And it's all about the coolness factor. Okay, maximum 4 laps more, but I think it will be more likely 2. My front left tire down to 15%.
Whoa, okay.
I can definitely feel that in the car.
Are you gonna pit now or?
No. I think I'll try and stretch it 2 laps.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 3. I just want to make it as easy for you as possible.
Thanks. I can imagine it will be easy indeed.
But remember, on your double stint, you can cut it short if you want to by the end, but then you just have to do your final stint will be longer.
Okay.
So
everything I stretch now will be short in the final run.
Yeah. Because in your final stint, you will have to come for a splash and dash at the end.
Without switching tires, probably then.
Yes. But you will have tires that will only have done 1 stint at that point, so it should be very doable.
And what tires should I give you after my stint?
After yours? No, there'll be the only fresh tires that are left will be for you. I'll take the tires. If we go into the MFD and then go used mediums, then it will give me the tires that I qualified on.
Yeah, all 4 used medium, right? Yeah.
So you can just change the top one, so they all of them change together.
Okay. Fair.
But I will get into that when it becomes time for the pit stop.
Yeah, you can see it on the stream as well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If it's still running, I hope so.
Yeah. Let's see.
Does it automatically stop after 4 hours on Twitch?
I don't know. I only stream on YouTube.
I'm gonna have a little look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still running.
Nice. Ah, that Lambo has my old racing number. Before we made the one-on-one team that I ran with the 52 car.
Ah, it was 56.
In the 50s.
Yeah.
That's actually how the one-on-one number came to be. It was my racing number plus Stefan's racing number plus Niklas' racing number. – 52, 39 and 10. A lot of complaining in the chat at the minute. Sorry, shit happens. Try and give the position back, you dirty driver.
Jesus, this will not be easy for me. This is out of my league.
Oh, no. Now you get to play with the big boys.
Yeah.
It's also way out of my league.
Well, that's why it's out of my league. It's a bit more than out of my league.
Well, then the thing that you do is just go on track and don't kill anyone, then it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's probably.
I remember the first time where I entered an endurance race with Stefan. We had the same thing, we were way off pace, we were like really slow. Our only thing was to don't kill anyone and don't crash ourselves, just keep it clean.
That's always my goal.
Yes. That's the only goal that's necessary because usually in endurance the races will come to you at the end. Okay, I'm boxing next lap definitely. I'm losing so much time on these tires at the minute.
Did you already need to reset the FFV button in this?
Nope. Whoa, and then on the other side. Would probably be a good idea. I'm stopping next lap, definitely. 100% boxing next lap.
Oh damn, yeah. Because
I have fuel
also.
I have fuel for 2 laps. But the front lift is definitely giving up now.
Yeah.
As you can also tell on my lap times. I think if I request a pit stop, then it will give you a message that I'm pitting this lap. I'll just try.
Do I need to go
like
to the
that.
garage or do I need to stay on replay? Okay, I see.
You can do whatever you want. It will automatically put you into the car, even if you stay on the replay.
Okay.
It should tell you now that I have requested a pit stop.
Yeah, see that.
Yeah.
All of you are pitting this lap.
Yeah.
Because you changed the name to me or something.
Yes, I also think it just happens automatically if you request request the pit stop, that it will tell the other driver that you're coming in.
Okay. I'm not sure if I have a button to request pit stop.
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because if you go to your last lap of fuel, then it will auto request, and even if you just drive into the pits, then I'll see it anyway. So
Yep.
it will all be good. We have radio communication, but if we didn't have, or something happens with the Discord communication, then it's a way to communicate stuff like that. Just like an old school pit board. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll just go into the stream and message you. Okay, box. Perfect. That was really close to a drive-through, by the way. But I think it was good.
I will go slowly in the pit.
Yeah. Now you should have control of the car. I think I've moved the brake bias by 2 clicks.
Okay. Yeah. I'll use it this way for a bit.
I'll go have a piss.
Okay, yeah.
Time 3:36.52. That time was a 2:15.62. Time 2:15.05.
Perfect, we are still racing.
Yeah.
Ah, and the McLaren have retired, by the way.
Okay. So we are not
So
last anymore.
No, we are guaranteed not to finish last.
That time was a 2:12.75.
damage or something?
I think so. I think so. Damage or his tires are gone. But let's see where he is. He's 12. He should have just. No, he's just come off the pits. He's just on cold tires.
Okay.
But pace is good so far.
Time 2:15.65.
Okay, that wasn't a good idea.
Was perfect.
Lap 2:16.17.
No, lose it. God damn it.
Lap 2:14.40.
Hey, P22.
Like, what the fuck? Like, why?
Lap 2:12.92.
No. he missed it.
It's fine, it's fine.
Got them also.
Yeah. Yeah, but pace is still really good.
What the hell? What? Why was that for?
No clue.
What's she doing?
Very nice of the hypercar.
Yeah, he probably didn't expect me to open it up for him, right?
He would have been too late on the brake anyway.
Which track limits if I go over that?
Yes.
Nope. Let's do any.
Yeah, but it was like by a meter or something like that.
Yep, but then I missed my turning point also.
Yeah. It happens. Whoa.
Oh,
Lap 2. 13.72. Time 2:13.22. Time 2:13.05.
That was scary. I had a
Yep.
USB disconnect during the turning.
Ah, just what you want. Just what you want.
Yep. Did you hear it on the stream?
No.
The sound? Okay.
That time was a 2:40.88. That time was a 2:13.20.
How are the tires? Question.
Yeah. It's on the stream now. 79% left front.
Just keep it up for a bit now, just open the
90
stream and
degrees
have,
left front also.
just have a look at the stream to see how it looks.
Yeah.
Interesting. Looks good so far.
I'm gonna have a penalty for track limits.
It's just a drive-through. Doesn't matter. I also collected a few points.
Yeah, it's because I'm still searching for the line here.
Yeah.
I found some improvements already.
I can see on the lap times.
Like here, by example, if I break good late, which I didn't really do now. Oh. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Nope.
Mistake.
Totally not.
P1.
Yep.
Yeah, if you watch the stream is a few seconds after, of course.
It is.
Oh, that's position.
Make him work for. He is quite quick though. He is doing 2:10 lap times.
Oh, okay. That's a really elite. He's here already.
There's no point in fighting it too much.
Yeah, don't fuck up the car.
No. that curb, that curb.
Yeah, but you can have it a lot actually.
Yeah, as long as you don't hit the throttle while the tire is lifted.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's really a gamble with tires and hypercar. It's quite funny, only one hypercar is on full mediums, then there are some cars with hards on the right, some with hard on the left, some with hard on the rears, some with full hards, some with just hard on the right, the left front. It's really basically all options that are available. But if they're going hards on the right hand side, then they could probably triple stint those. That might be the strat they're doing.
Whoa. Hello.
Just a cozy overtake from the hypercar.
Yeah.
That time was a 2:13.53.
I always lose it to the
Yeah. Let's see what happens with BMW.
Lap 2:13.07.
Even though the BMW behind is quicker than they seem to be making a lot of mistakes, they just recently had a big spin.
No, 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 no. Corn. Oh.
Mercedes sprint.
Time 2:15.08.
That is P22. Still interesting that only one car have retired so far.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Must be going good actually on the crashes.
Yeah. There are a lot of contacts, but I think it's because they're so long out to the walls that even if you contact someone, it takes a lot for the car to actually get totally trashed.
Yeah, I mean more the game crashes even.
Yeah. And was also really stable when they did the endurance races at
Yeah.
Qatar.
That's the most important thing for them.
Yes. And to be fair, even though that people are complaining, oh, we don't have this and this feature yet.
I
We
don't
still
mind
have
about
more.
features, I mind about them fixing bugs and all.
Yeah, and we still have more features than we have in ACC when we do
Voila.
endurance races there, so just shut up.
Voila, they just need to fix the bugs
Yes.
and do the BOP.
Yeah, the BOP would be lovely.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too bad, but it could be a little bit better. It could be a little
GT3
bit
is
better.
fine, right? But Hypercar is for Ferrari land.
Yeah, but it's not by a lot the Ferrari is better. It's just that little bit it's better makes everyone want to pick it.
Yeah, it's especially an esport thing for Ferrari, right?
Yeah. Yes. But for people at the just high level, but not
Yeah, I
e-sport
know.
level, the Ferrari, the Peugeot, the Toyota, and the Porsche, they're roughly equal. Maybe the Porsche is a little bit behind, but
It's not like an
Toyota.
ACC where, yeah.
that was basically a one-car wonderland. The only downside to the Ferrari are that it's not that quick on acceleration.
Lap 2:14.49.
Smelling.
Of course, just remember you still have a full stint after this one.
I know.
Sweating and the braking leg is starting to hurt and the arms are getting
Yeah.
tired. Oh,
Sometimes my
Perfect.
feet start to shake.
just plow through it. It will be fine afterwards. Maybe tomorrow will not be that fun to walk, but doesn't matter.
Oh, too bad for that. But just had it quite okay, I think.
Maybe on the main straight we should set up the pit stop for this time around.
Yeah.
So what you want is you want to only change the one tire that the most used. So you go to tires, then you say no tire change.
Yeah.
And then you can choose one tire after that you want to change to a new medium. It's probably the left front you want to change, I would assume.
The used or the...
No, to a new tire. New tire.
So like this, right?
Okay, fair. Yes, looks good. Looks good. That should be all fine.
Repair body or not?
It depends on how you feel it is. Maybe you should repair it because it's still early.
Okay.
I think from this point on forward, it's maybe not worth it anymore. But
It doesn't feel bad for me or something.
then just then don't repair it if it doesn't feel bad. If it's drivable, then let's stay.
Yeah, it's on me as driver, so it's fine, right?
Yeah. Looks all ready and set.
Lap 2, 15.93.
Want you see the tires or not?
I think they look better to me.
Let's have a look in a second.
It is the left front we actually want to change. Yeah, it is the left front we change. Actually, you have pretty good tire wear.
Yeah, that's indeed okay for an hour.
Yeah. It's very okay for now. I don't think you'll have any issues.
I am too soft on the brakes.
Looks like it. But it's all good.
Oh man. I need to learn to slow down the car if I see it, I think. Before also coming. Oh, damn it. Well, come on. They released. And it's still good.
Track warning, track warnings.
Yeah, I'm on 4.5.
Like fuck next lap.
Alright.
Yeah, box confirm.
Should have taken the penalty for the pit stop, or doesn't it count as a drive-through? No, probably not, right?
It will be a drive-through.
Yeah.
Unless if it's the going above on the virtual, using more virtual than we have, that will be a stop go 60.
Ah, okay, that is stop go
That is
taken into account. Okay. Yeah.
That is a very, very long penalty. Stop go 30 is really bad. Stop go 60, then you feel like you're stuck there forever.
You can go take a piss.
Yes.
Here on the left somewhere behind it.
Let's go. The amount of times that I've hit that wall coming into this pit lane.
That time was a 2:17.70.
Yeah, with the hypercar it must be wild.
It's definitely sketchy on worn tires.
I'm too far, I think.
Quite a bit.
Not sure if that matters even.
No, doesn't matter time-wise. Now that you're stationary, you could actually set up the pit stop for next time already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just want to put me in the car, and then the tires have to say used tires medium.
Like this, right?
I'll just wait, I'll see on the screen. Yes, exactly. Then it should be all ready for the next pit stop. Then we just have to confirm it on the 2 laps before we stop, just to make sure it doesn't change by itself. Sometimes does that.
Okay. Confirmative.
Perfect, now it's the stint of destiny. Oh. Now we are last. For the first time in the race since the start.
So I made my goal.
Yes. But there's the car one position ahead of us. He will box in not so long.
Incoming
Although-
driver rating net.
Although he's there on a different fuel strategy than us, so we'll have to take an extra stop compared to them. But it's perfect.
Yeah.
We are still going. That's the main thing.
And we will lose driver rating. So.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's perfect. Then I can get into easier lobbies.
Yeah. To be honest, in split 1 without incidents, I don't know. Does it affect the drive rating? Probably not. The incidents.
Oh, they will. But they will affect the safety rating and
The
not the
safety
driver
for
rating.
sure, yeah.
But again, yesterday I had a few contacts as well, and I still gained safety rating.
Yeah,
At
for
the one,
sure. In such a long race, it will.
Yeah.
Safety rating is actually 0.
Especially with the multiple. Although when you get into the P levels of safety rating, then it's also decreased the amount that you earn.
Ah, okay. Okay.
The same with a driver rating. When you get further up, then you can be in a situation where it wants you to qualify in pole and win the race. And if you then win the race but you only qualified second, then you could potentially still lose driver rating.
Yeah, esporters are complaining about that now.
Yeah.
There's a bug in that.
Well, that's just because they are at such a level.
Yeah. Maybe there's only supposed to be one gold driver. Who knows?
Time 3.
Well, if you are the best in the world, then it doesn't matter. Then you then you have to beat the other drivers. Then it doesn't matter where it is or what circumstances. That's also how it works in real life when you have rankings of athletes. Actually a pretty sick battle for 5th in hypercar.
Yeah. We are having fun.
Well, it depends if they like that kind of battling. Dominic, he always hated battling people on track.
Does he? Oh shit.
Yes. He really doesn't enjoy race starts because of all the chaos that he prefers just getting to it and pacing himself to good laps. That's why when Dominic and we raced together, Dominic never started the races.
Yeah.
I honestly think yesterday is the first time that I've ever been the driver that crosses the finish line in an endurance race. Always been someone else. So that was a win.
Yeah.
That time was a 2:13.55.
then this is the perfect time for me to go smoke.
Yep. No.
Lap 2, 13.72.
Mooi jongens, toch echt worden.
That seems like an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, drive through. Track limits.
Ah. It happens.
That time was a 2:33.18. Time 2:14.16.
Car behind crash.
On track or
No,
tracker?
that TB go, but yeah. He was coming fast and then he suddenly is so fucking loud.
I assume he crashed then.
Like, what the fuck? I don't even know from where it comes. The track limits.
One wheel a little bit too far out.
Probably the one I'm throwing myself over on the left. Maybe.
Yeah. Could be.
There he is again already. The Tigol. He was fucking 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, he's quick. He's doing 209.9s.
Okay, gonna let him pass now before they kill me.
Lap 2, 30.37.
Go, go, go!
It would have been funny if you then murdered him in the next corner.
Yeah.
I'll let him go before he kills me so I can kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, saw him. Whoa! Made it accident. But it is the way probably, right? To throw it in there somewhere?
Definitely.
Just still so good. Ah, again, you see.
Lap 2, 12.79.
Shit.
That one curb, that one curb. the tires feeling okay?
I think they are going a bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a look in a minute. Going, but still a lot of drivable, of course.
Yeah.
Huh?
Time
I can go another stint with the
40.50.
tires still on.
Interesting.
So if you ever need a tire rescue, I might be it.
Oh, I already put that in the Discord that you are the tire whisperer.
God damn. That explains why I was good in the Merc 80-minute races as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably ending with 40% tire wear still on the tire.
You can take another stint then.
Definitely, definitely. Well, then we know that for endurance, if we have to double stint the tires, then we just put you in the car.
Voila. My mouse dropped.
And that will be needed.
Lap 2, 13.93. That time was a 2:13.66.
Too bad. I missed that one.
It's all fine.
Can do a perfect lap. Impossible.
You just need to do 9 perfect laps and that will be very good.
Yeah.
You also have a battle for position coming up from behind, 5 seconds behind at the minute. They are doing 2:12 lows.
Whoa.
Their average last 5 are 2:12.1.
Okay, so I lost the whole delta because I pushed the brake a little bit.
Nice.
This is the most difficult one for me.
Hashtag me too. It just feels so weird when you drive through it because you have to position the car in a place where you don't want to be. And then the angle when braking and getting the car turned in is really tricky.
My thumb starts to feel it.
8 more laps, and then you have a little bit of rest.
Yep. See me driving the final part of my stints with optimal tires. Actually. there's not much wrong with them, right?
No, I think they're fine.
I should check if I do that with a hypercar also.
That would be impressive.
Yeah.
Then I'm not the one you have to compare against because I'm famously known for killing the tires. I expect battle range next lap.
No, what the hell? I'm not gonna be able to battle him back.
No. Also say just make sure that we don't die.
Well, what the fuck, man?
I don't know. I'll go have a piss and get ready to drive.
Yep. Yeah, he dived. Okay, interesting. Whoops. Bit late on the brake, sorry.
Time 2:14.91.
Still 4 laps to go.
Mhm. I know, fucker. This one also maybe? What the hell? I can have a few drive-thrus during an endurance also probably.
Of course, of course.
Not sure if that is a skill.
It is some kind of skill. Well, it's just team traditions.
Yeah. Teasing the next driver. Oh.
Yeah.
Easy, easy. Squeeze as much as possible laps.
You have 2 laps, you can use all of the tires you want. The tire wear should still be good considering how good they looked earlier.
Yeah. You would have fun with these tires.
I would kill them within 2 laps.
Yeah. No! Don't do that to me, motherfucker. Jesus. Every time I have a green delta.
That's just how it goes. The start finish straight, then just double check pit stop strat.
Wasn't it ready already? I'm gonna I need to set the driver.
Just have to double check to be very sure that it's set as it's supposed to. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so box confirmed.
Yeah.
Lap
Okay,
2,
ready?
50.18.
I'm ready.
Everything looks good. 26 laps. Use medium
Perfect.
everywhere.
Perfect.
I skipped the repair. I wasn't sure of it, so I
Yeah,
just skipped
fine.
it
It's fine.
because I didn't feel it.
Yeah. It's all good.
Here we go. Whew.
First double stint.
Yeah. I never drove that long at once, probably, even not an ACC.
Well, that's something to get used to in LMU, because that will be the new norm when we go racing.
Yeah. I think I need to find a better endurance wheel even.
Maybe.
To save my thumb.
Maybe adjust some better gloves.
Yeah, indeed. Ooh. That was enough, man. Okay, be right back, man.
Yeah.
So this is the second last 10. We might stretch it or not. We will have a quite
No, we
short
can-
selection dash, yeah.
We cannot stretch it 2.5 minutes per stint. That's a little bit too much.
Okay.
That's like 3 laps we have to stretch because we already are 2 laps low.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Been another car that have retired, and then the 666 Mercedes have had some issues.
Oh, sorry?
There's another car that have retired, and then the 666 have had some issues.
Okay. Oh. Whoa, Skulls had issues.
Yeah.
The streamer. Shit, when I set my headset on, I sweat from the sweat.
Whoa, shit, big lag. What? Game crashed.
Oh,
Perfect.
take control.
Yeah, my game
Start
crashed.
driving. I know. Taking over.
Oh, can you do that?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a nice feature from them indeed.
Oh, definitely. Ah, we're just making so much ground.
That's why there are not many DQs maybe.
No.
It didn't refuel or something. Just the same fuel.
No idea.
Yeah.
But then you have a few laps and then you have to block.
Yep.
And I'm back on the server. Wow, we're still not last in class after that.
No, I could drive quite fast. You need to go out of replay
What?
and then click take control.
God of
That's alright.
replay, click what?
Take control then. There is a button, take control. And your car was parked in the garage.
Ah,
You will see it on the stream. I will
Nice.
save it to stream then.
yeah, we only lost about 40 seconds on that.
Oh, that's impressive.
And then maybe it was lucky it wasn't turn 1 if it had to happen.
I'm already. I have a gift already.
Perfect.
There goes another 30 seconds.
Yeah, but then we learned that.
Another one. So what's the plan? After this, I just finish it out and maybe for the flash and
I think you just stay in the car from at least you go in when you feel like it and take the fresh tires.
yep.
You might as well do it shortly, because the fresh tires they will even with 30 minutes to go, they'll still be better than the tires than you're on now.
Yeah. They don't feel bad, though.
No, they don't feel bad, but I think they would be
okay.
quicker with fresh tires. But that's up to you. You're the driver in the car.
Yep. New mediums, right?
Yes, fresh mediums all around.
Time 2:37.04.
Yeah, I need to stop in front of it. And you may do the final stint then.
It doesn't matter to me. If you want to, you can have it. If not, then I'll take it.
Yeah. His tires don't change now, it says.
Did you forget to click change tires?
No, it took me once.
Perfect.
It's the final set, yeah.
Yeah. That's all good. Remember cool tires?
Yeah.
we do agree that the drive-thrus, they were all Timo's fault.
Lap 3, 29.51.
If we go 23 laps, then we need to take about 10 laps of fuel.
If we go 23 laps.
Yeah, and then 10 laps of fuel.
That time was a 2:12.71.
I'm also king of track limits.
Definitely, definitely.
That's because I'm picking up rubber there.
It must be, must be.
You are patient.
I'm very patient.
Yeah.
That time was a 2:12.43.
Ja. Ben aan het trainen zijn ik. Papa moet nog een uur rijden, vind je. Is ze thuis? We gaan niet anders kunnen, die, want papa is aan het rijden. Ik ga daar niet over beslissen, hè.
to 13.79. Time to 11.90.
Aha.
Woohoo!
I finally
First
did
211.
it. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that wasn't good. But yeah, it's about catching the car with the throttle and not with the brake in there.
Yes. Absolutely. You are quite a lot quicker than Schulz ahead.
Must be having damage or
His last lap was 2:15.6. His last 5 averages 2:14.9. And their final pit stop will be longer than ours. if they don't improve their pace and we just need to stick in the 212s, as long as they don't go quicker, then we'll be fine. And if they go slower, then we can go slower as well. Then we could actually potentially catch them.
Yeah. What would we will see.
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Last lap from the 16 was a 2:16.6.
30.14.
So that's basically a 3.5 second catch up we have done there. It looks like tire problems for the other car. The way they are driving.
I won't have that then.
You should be gaining big time this time around. Last lap from the 666 to 23.9. I assume they have had a little bit of a spin or something. Doesn't seem right that it was that slow because we haven't caught up that much too.
2:14.41.
Then again, maybe we have. They must have been validated and done something strange in that lap because that is definitely not right.
Doesn't sound like.
But just looking at the way that they're driving, looks like they're both fuel saving and have tire issues because they are lifting into the braking zones.
Getting wilder and wilder, I think.
Well, it's business time of the race.
Yep.
Okay, 2:15.3 this time.
Lap 2, 13.89.
The gates are still good. And BMW have retired 3 laps ago,
Oh.
which means we're P22. Oh, something happened to the... Oh, they crashed. They are moving again, but they definitely took damage in that. I think they have worn out their tires. I only saw them moving again, but they came from a barrier, so they must have had an impact. If their tires so shit, I don't know why they don't just box now and take the freshest tires they have.
Yeah, indeed.
They know they have to pit one more time. So instead of staying out on trash tires, then they couldn't try that. But again, we don't know what their tire situation is. But they should have tires that are fresher than completely destroyed at this point. And they stayed out. With a lap time of 2 minutes 30. 2:29.8 or whatever. Yeah, so this would be like a 15-second time gain. Even more, 16, 17 seconds that area. Current gap 30.6.
12.87.
they will probably go do more and then they will box. 2:15.8 last time around for the triple six.
Lap 2, 13.16.
They're going one more.
What? They're going
They're
out of
Yes, but they will box this time or they will run out. But their last lap was at 2:17.5. And they have already lost multiple seconds to their best this lap around, so
That time was a
Again, big time gain.
2:13.53.
we need to catch like 12 seconds to account for the time difference in the pit stops. And then we should be roughly close. Yep, 22. They are in pit lane. And they took that pit limiter so early. Damn.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's what they need to do, man.
I don't know if that car goes up on the jacks or not. But just take.
Lap 2, 12.97.
Should I set it up at about 12 laps or something?
Just wait.
Good for energy. I have
So
the
I'll
pit
go
box open.
Yeah, just set it up to 11 laps of fuel. They also took way too much fuel. They fully fueled their car and they're taking tires, so their pit stop here that'll be very long.
Yeah.
So we should actually be ahead when we are done with our pit stop. If we don't take tires.
How many laps of fuel do we need to add? Or set it up
11.
like-
We need, so we have 11 laps of fuel when we have stopped, or 11 laps of virtual energy when we have stopped. I just need to open your stream. Then I
Yeah,
can
11
check.
laps of virtual energy. It's always going so slow down.
Yeah, wish there was a quicker way to do it.
Yeah, no, it was too far. Okay. Here we go.
11 laps, that will be safe at least.
And then we will.
I think that would be enough, but let's just go 11 just to be sure.
What is that behind? Is that position or no?
Car behind is not positioned. That's a hypercar.
Yeah, that I saw that.
Yeah, the other one, that would be P11 in class.
Come on, man.
Push it to the limit.
So I set it up at 11 laps now.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I'm gonna hear what lap I need to pit.
You'll need to pit in 9 laps.
Okay. Yep. I have a feeling hypercars ain't gonna be waiting anymore.
9 laps
Lap
from
time
now.
of day 2:15.54.
So they also changed driver on the triple tick. So they did full service. when they get their first flying lap in what they can do. They have had traffic though. So their first flying lap after the pit stop was 2:13.7. So it might end up getting close. That was with traffic of hypercars. But they will have traffic of GT3 cars as well shortly. Not so many laps, they will start getting lapped again.
Lap 2, 12.79.
Yeah, but we're still quite a bit quicker. So they basically still need to increase their pace if we are not coming out ahead of them. If they want to be ahead of us after the pits, so it'll be fine. Then I'll go smoke.
Yeah.
Gap is about a minute.
That time was a 2:14.70.
Do you want to do the finishing stint?
It's up to you if you feel like you have pace enough. But I can take it if you're tired as well.
I'm more like we will get nuked by head because in the final stint.
Right.
Lap 2:14.48.
What was he having?
No idea, but it did look good.
Oh.
I think they have retired. Yeah, they have just retired. That's the first hypercar. A shame to retire with 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed.
You can adjust the virtual energy to 10 laps.
It's already on 10 laps, I see.
Okay.
41% 10 laps.
Then we should finish the race with 1 lap spare virtual energy. Better to be on the safe side on that than risking it. 9 laps and still be safe.
Yeah. The number of lap times will not kill us, I think. That's good.
Now it's just more the time that we are stopped in the pit.
Yeah.
This lap and one more than 9 should be enough. With 1 lap spare.
Yeah, that piece I can keep up. For me it's all either, but if you want to drive, I let you drive.
I don't mind taking the wheel, but it's, pace is okay at the minute.
Yeah, you also do that, I think.
Probably.
Hello, P1.
Just have spun him around there. Okay, box confirm.
Lap 2, 14.74.
Yeah, go ahead for the back.
Yeah. I think they've put their fastest driver in the 666. They just did a shoot 10.9.
Time 2:14.93.
Still too far.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. Shit. Ah, my brake is not calibrated, so this is going to be a rough stint.
My right hand thanks you. Zippy. Oh, good curve behind. 3
Yeah.
seconds.
That's why I didn't have time to let him go like that.
Yeah, they are faster both. They are running. Last lap 2:11.
Yeah, the lap before that they've been in the 210s,
Yeah.
210.9s.
Yep. Is that the Skulls car?
It's one of them. There are two drivers with that name.
Ah. Oh.
Yeah, one in the green Mercedes, and then the one in the that one behind us.
Okay, now I understand. Aha. Because I was following the stream of that Skulls and I didn't see them crashing.
Flash all you want, but you're not getting by easily.
Yep. That's what you're doing better than me.
The motor race. That's a tractor. I'm eating it. Nope.
Nice work, nice work.
The distance.
BMW.
He should use the BMW to get past us. He should just let the beamer go and then follow it.
Yeah. He had the opportunity. Watch out. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
He completely dived in there. We had nothing to do with that.
Nope. Ah, suspension damage. The car is driving strange. I'll just keep it going for the 5.
It doesn't show it. You see it probably. Is it yellow
I don't-
or orange? Or?
There are no suspension damage visual, but the steering wheel is not straight anymore.
Ah, okay.
They have messaged us in the chat. Ah, now they are there. They also had some issues, I think.
Hypercar.
Yeah. Can you message them and tell them that we have crooked steering, or steering as fucked?
Yeah, just be careful finishing out.
Yeah, we'll just get to the end. Whoa.
Close driving is very good in this game.
Yes. Also, if that was ACC, then our car would have gone flying to the distance when they hit us.
Yeah. Well, here it is a 50-50 chance, right?
Yeah. How was that track limits?
Yeah, he also has issues, I think.
Yeah, but is the steering wheel straight? Mine is definitely not. final lap. At least it should be, depending on where the overall race leader is. Oh, this final lap because you'll have the checkered flag.
Yeah, overall on race pace we are not that bad compared to the others also, I think.
Oh, we are not too bad. We're just not supposed to be in split 1.
Nope.
If it would have been in split 2 or 3, then I think we could have been up there. Split 3 we could maybe even have been up near the front.
Yeah.
But now we can say that we are split 1 endurance drivers.
Yeah. One little slip is all it should
Yeah. Oh, that BMW have to fuck him somehow. Because he was horrendously slow in the final corner last time around. Ah, just one more lap. About 12.2 on the final lap with a Fox suspension.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, that was great. A very good learning experience. Found some consistency on the track.
Yeah. That was good. Oh yeah, the replays are so fucking slow when trying to load them. I would have liked to see how far back he came from.
Oh, okay.
Because that must have been a dive bomb and a half.
Yeah, it was. Didn't you see him coming in the mirrors?
No, I checked before braking that the only car that I could see was the Mercedes, and then on the apex he just hit me.
Okay, I saw him coming. I thought you saw him.
Oh well, let's see how much we tanked the ratings. They were quite quick on getting the results ready yesterday. Oh, they're already ready. Gained 4 positions. Ah, now I'm down to bronze driver ratings. Oh, that's the team. That's the team rating. Yeah, we lost the team rating. For driver rating, we were apparently... I also lost a little bit of my own driver rating, but gained safety somehow. But I'm interested in the team. You beat 0 drivers in qualifying. You lost to 24 drivers in qualifying. You beat 4 drivers in the race. You lost to 20 drivers in the race. Nice. Ah, and you got most consistent. but slightly worse average lap time. Nice. Well, then we just know next time we go racing with the Untalented Motorsports GT3 team, then we will be in a lower split because we lost some. Click on the drive. Would have been nice to know exactly how much rating. Damn, both of their drivers was S1 drivers in the Mercedes. But their lap split was 100 laps to Bierkopf and then only 58 to the other guy, where we had 77 and 81, so almost equal on laps actually. Great race. Now I think I'm done racing for the weekend. I'm off.
Okay, I was muted the whole time probably.